All right. So, YouTube, we just launched up. How's it going? For everyone just joining stream, the thing we're going to work on today is wiring up some of the email sending stuff. We're going to get react.email going for our templates. And yeah, we got to get that stuff working. We just got to do it. So yeah, right now we're currently evaluating resend versus SendGrid. I just forgot their pricing. Let's compare them. Right, no matter what, we're going to eventually end up being on their paid tier. Free trial is 100 emails a day. This is also 100 emails a day at 3,000 a month. We may never go above the 20 tier, but we will get above the 100 tier at some point. SES still exists, but it's just more work. Like ensuring that you have good, clean deliverability from SES is a lot more work. It's doable. For this project, I'm not using any AWS services at the moment. So it's not worth signing up for AWS for this project just for SES. At some point, it would probably make sense to migrate. Like, I totally agree with that. I just don't think we're there yet. Happy Friday, Maniac. How you doing? Yeah, consolidating to a single bill makes sense to me. This is a lighter project than some of the other stuff. We haven't yet. I'm still like, do I have a coin I could flip? I do. Oh, this coin's nice too. It's basically the price is wrong, and it's got the guy from The Price is Right punching Happy Gilmore. I found this on a golf course, like a day or two after he passed away, which is interesting. All right, so head resend, tails send grid. Looks like resend. It was heads. Yeah, 100 emails a day is basically all we need. 1 day data retention. Are there any other SMS providers that we should look at? Like, Twilio is basically it for SMS. No, I refuse to use Cinch. Nope, Cinch is evil. They acquired Mailgun and Mailjet and then just basically let them die. Oh, there you go, Maniac. Yeah, I'm massively anti-Cinch. Slick text. Text line. Azure has one. I don't know if I'll actually go with SMS, right? I'll let people request SMS. So yeah, for now, it shouldn't factor into why we pick anything. And yeah, AWS probably has an SMS service. Simple notification service. Plevo? I've never heard of Plevo. Damn the bread. Damn. That is OG. Yeah, dude. And hold on, was it one of the bulletproof Nokias? All right, like the meme Nokia? If so, that's actually a spot on great choice. It was a 3310? I believe that's the one, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I think that's it. I think that's the one. Hold on, wait. You guys have seen this, right? Nokia versus Press. Yeah, it was the 3310. Right? So here you see the Press destroying a metal ball. Right? Some Lego. Come on, where's the phone? Come on, show us the phone. That wasn't the one I've seen before. Right? But yeah, it's a good meme. It's not real, of course, but it's really good. Oh, yeah, Prince Rupert's drop is crazy. When you say bounce game, are you talking about like basically Alleyway? I don't remember that being on a Nokia. I had a Nokia at one point for sure. I remember Snake. I don't remember Bounce. It's possible there could have been something where you could like download it from the, like your cell phone provider's store. That could be a thing. Hold on one second. Like this? I mean, I doubt it. There's no way this was on like the older Nokias, like the 3310. Yeah, 3310 was not color. 3310 was just like a smaller graphing calculator screen, you know? Oh, there was a remake? Oh, that makes more sense. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, for sure. Yeah, I had a 3310 at one point too. The N97? Oh, there's a 2017 version? What? That's insane. That's insane. All right, let me get more music going. And yeah, we'll pull the trigger. Since we're punting SMS to later, yeah, resend won the coin toss. Like I'm just double checking, making sure I'm not going to regret this. It's not a big deal. It's an email provider. It's really a single URL basically and an API key. It's not a problem. The only thing that would be trickier is we probably don't want the back end sending the templates every time. So we're going to want the templates to live on resend. So let's at least create a resend account. I am not Alan Turing. All right, hold on. Let me do this. Let me go grab a password here. I feel like my Stinger isn't doing audio anymore, which is a bummer. But yeah, let me get more music. Sorry, I forgot about that part too. Okay. All right, we'll save that password. Let me go log into Fastmail so I can check that email. Just give me a sec. Here we go. When I do two-factor auth here on stream, I have to fight every urge to not say the number out loud. Does anyone else do that? I do it so much. Like, I can't help it. I can't help it. All right, so when we see emails... Okay, so this is one thing I'm seeing. I don't see a way to keep the templates on resend. Oh, and Rondolph. There was a 3410, but that wasn't colored either. Okay. But did it have some version of, like, bounce or something on it? Okay, so hold on. Let me go do this. We'll create a SendGrid account, too. Screw it. Why not? So I got to do this one more time. Sorry. There we go. Okay, so I don't know about this. SendGrid is kind of a broken experience right now. Start for free. Okay, so SendGrid's a no. Because it's not even fucking working. I created an account. Nothing. Who deployed on a Friday at SendGrid? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Yeah, I can't get anything from SendGrid. Well, all right. Fuck it. I guess we're not using SendGrid. That was easy. Right? Like the emails they send aren't actually that good. Oh, wait, you guys heard the sound effect? I didn't hear it. I missed it. What was the sound effect? Was it the womp womp wah? Was it that one? Mm-hmm. Yeah. That is a perfect sound effect for that moment. Okay, nice. Nice. What's up, full stacking? How you doing? I've got a quick question. I'm gonna need to do email sending stuff. Yeah, we're not using SendGrid because I tried to sign up and it didn't work. So I give up. We're gonna be using Resend. It does mean that we're gonna be sending like the entire email, so that's a bummer. Yeah, that's a bummer. But yeah, so basically I'm going to use react.email to create the templates. What would I use to interpolate those templates? Like, is there something that you would recommend for the Elixir ecosystem? Yeah, no worries, no rush. Like, normally I'd use something like handlebars. Because why not? I'm willing to bet there is an Elixir handlebars. Or mustache. Mustache is what I'm thinking, not handlebars. Swoosh is the default mailer. Okay. So, like, you'd wire up to that via SMTP instead of HTTP, right? Do you find a value to doing that? I've never had much of a preference. And Luna Ahmed. Thank you for the follow. And then HEEX templates. Heeks templates. Let's look that up. Okay. Yeah, adapters. Well, I'm still going to be using react.email for my templating. Not sure if you're aware of that. This is made by the Resend team, which is cool. Well, no, basically, I would use react.email. It's not actually like React.js. It might be React.js under the hood, but it'll output raw HTML, and then I would take that HTML and plug it into Elixir, right? So then I only need to really care about how they want to interpolate values. No, not running on the server. No, this is a dev time thing. I build the templates with, like mustache style placeholders, and then it's just an HTML string file. So I do that at dev time, and then it's just an HTML string that I'm interpolating. So no, I would not need Node.js whatsoever. No, HTML is generated by me at dev time. I would run an export functionality that then just puts that into my repo, and then that is source control. So it's just an HTML string by the time Elixir is concerned with it. And it'll be on the Elixir server. Yes, again, I think you're misunderstanding stacking. Like full stacking. React can run as a command line tool. The React would just be nicer components so I don't have to deal with tables. So it's just components I use, React-wise. I run that through the CLI tool that Resend has, and that generates the raw HTML with all the table nonsense for cross mail client compatibility. By the time Elixir is concerned with it, it's just an HTML file. There is no React, there's no runtime, anything. It's just statically rendered HTML at that point. With the one difference of it's going to be HTML that I need to interpolate with things like the user's name and email and blah, blah, blah. It doesn't even need to be an endpoint. Like, I think you're still misunderstanding stacking. These email templates would be deployed with my Elixir code. They would just be static HTML files that I would read from the file system and interpolate via Elixir. That's it. It's that dead simple. I think you're like overcomplicating it. Sure. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Swoosh would just send the HTML out. Yep. 100%. Ideally, if we were using something like SendGrid, Mailgun, Mailjet, they would actually hold the templates, and I would just send them the data to interpolate it. That is the nice thing about Mailjet and Mailgun. But Mailjet and Mailgun are now owned by Cinch, and they are a terrible developer experience at this point. There's so much broken stuff involved with it. Their docs suck. Like, last time I dealt with either of them, it was brutal. So yeah, I refuse to use anything by Cinch at this point. It's also kind of similar to why I don't want to use DigitalOcean unless I have to. Because DigitalOcean bought Nanobox and killed it. You should at least remember that from the Elixir, Elixir days of 5 years ago. No, and I understand that stacking, right? Yeah, I totally get it. I don't know if we would need Swoosh if we were doing the provider holds the template thing, though, because then it's just a REST API request, Okay, so Swag Dev, you're a solo dev working on multiple projects at the same time, and it's really stressing you out. You're the only one on the front end, so every bug is for you, and you have really short times to fix. You really think that you need another dev to help, but you struggle on how to ask it. That one's tough, Swag Dev. I don't know. How long you been there? Are you interviewing for other companies? Because you probably should. You can't fix a broken company. Right? Not at our level. Not at the individual contributor level. You can't fix a broken company. So yeah, I'm really just looking at how to do the interpolation, and I'm thinking maybe just mustache might be the move. Yeah. If you're doing SMTP, you would need webhooks. If you're doing HTTP, I believe you don't. Well, if we look at Resend, here, they do have a webhook thing, right? So delivery delayed. Email bounced. Yeah, so bounced might be the only one I care about. And we could set that up. Yeah, I think that's worth it. I believe they do, right? So they do have this metrics thing, total emails sent, right? A specific email we would then maybe click into and see some stats for. I don't know. I've never used Resend myself. This is my first time. I'm actually a little let down that they don't have the storing of templates for you. So hold on real quick though. CMDL, what you're thinking about is more of a marketing email provider, like a MailChimp. this is very much not that, right? This is transactional email. It could be broadcast. Oh, okay, so yeah, broadcast actually does support that. I would guess that broadcasts have a bunch of those analytics. I don't know. I'm not going to be doing that. Not yet. Technically, I'd probably set up HubSpot for marketing email and BS. Transactional email. So think magic links. Think your account is reaching its limit. We couldn't bill you because your credit card expired. That kind of stuff. Like, we have a list of what we have in our linear board. So right now it's verify email address ownership for notifications. Right? Like the notifications themselves, right? Batch notifications versus like a single notification. That'll be a thing. Okay, that makes sense, full stacking. Yeah, I probably won't use swoosh. I mean, here's the thing. It does still make sense as long as I am building my template like this, and I'm interpolating data like that, then it's fine. No, do not quit. No, swag devs. No. You never quit a job until you have another one lined up. You should be interviewing, you should be applying, and it's always easier to apply for a job when you have one. Do not quit your job before you have another one nailed down. Right? Then it puts you in the beggars can't be choosers camp. You're not a beggar if you have a job at the moment. So you can actually be more selective, and that level of confidence is actually really valuable. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, asking a company to hire another dev or another one to like work on these projects. The moment you do that, you better be interviewing elsewhere too. Because they'll just find someone else that they can stress out for 6 months and burn them out. Right? If they're already in the process of burning you out, they probably consider you replaceable. So I would still always be interviewing is one way to think about it. I'm not always interviewing, so I'm not following that practice, but yeah, I'd say it's something you should do. Yeah. Just remember, right? Like, stress is tough. You don't want to put up with it too long. At some point, you may have to say something like, let me put it this way. Are you estimating tasks and time tracking this stuff properly? If you're going over the amount of hours that you're really expected to work just to get this stuff done, that would be the thing that I would point out. Like, hey guys, like, you're giving me 60 hours worth of work when I'm expected to put in 40. When I was a contractor, I had a strict rule of only one project at a time. I really liked that. Because as a contractor, either you keep giving me projects or you don't. I'm okay with it. If you're good at what you do, then they keep paying you. But yeah, no worries. It's yeah. I don't I don't think I have the best advice for that stuff because I don't put up with a lot of bullshit. Luckily, the job I'm on right now, sure, I'm moving in a lot of different directions at once, but people are understanding of that, which I think is essential. So yeah, that's definitely like how I feel like I'm at a good place because some things may slip, but it's not the end of the world. But I'm in DevRel. I'm not in engineering, so it's different. But okay, so I do think we're going to end up doing some node stuff within the Elixir repo. It's all dev time, it's all build time, so I'm not worried about that. And I'm pretty sure that's like a common pattern when you're doing like a full stack Elixir app anyway. You're going to have NPM dependencies. I think that's okay. How do you feel about it, full stacking? I don't use Elixir in a full stack capacity, but I'm pretty sure you have based on your name. Yeah, I remember that back in the day, actually. Yep. And now it's just an extra thing, and I think that's okay. Okay, so let me commit what I got here. Hey, what's up, Brainless? We got two Elixir experts in here now. Sorry, 1 second. What's doing that output? Ooh, I don't know. I'm not sure what dependency that is. Hold on, maybe I can check. Yeah, let me look. It's a Go project. If I look at the go.mod, a lot of dependencies. My guess is pterm. Yeah, pterm. No worries, Lemurs. Yeah, you having a good night? And yeah, how are you, Brainless? Or maybe Lemurs, you're just saying hello. Okay, sorry. But yeah, so pterm, the person that asked, hold on, who was that? That was... Oh, that was Lemurs. Yeah. So pterm, which I've used on a couple projects before. Yeah, it's not quite as nice as Charm or any of that stuff, but it is still quite good. And there were some things that this had that Charm didn't have when I was looking. But also, I haven't looked at what Charm was capable of for ages. Yeah, no worries. Oh, I do see some Charm bracelet. We do have lip gloss. I forget what lip gloss does. Okay, so there may be some of this stuff in there that we were using too. Are you sure you want to eat marmalade? Dude, their stuff's so good. Yeah, charm bracelet's awesome. Bash Bunny's actually contributed too, which is cool. Curious about that now. Damn, 30 commits. Fourth in the list. Besides Dependabot. Hell yeah. All right, so I think I could use Heeks or HEEX or whatever. Hmm. Maybe it's not worth it. Yeah, mustache might be the move. The functional programming thing there, Lemores? Yeah, makes sense. And what's up, Mark? How you doing over on YouTube? Cheers. So wait, hold on. This is Mustache versus Mustache X. That looks like the same one to me. Oh, it's Mustache.ex versus Mustache X. Still 2 years ago for a commit. And a release hasn't happened since 2016. I would assume that there's not much that changes, though. Yeah, if all the tests pass, who cares? I'll probably use this. I think it's fine. Email templating. So we're going to be using resend.email to generate the HTML, but we're still going to have like values that we want to interpolate into it. And Mustache can do lists, right? Yep, that's the Elixir one. Let me just double check Mustache.js because it has better docs. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, yeah. So we can do lists. I'm wondering how we pass that as context to react.email. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, we did this. Let me do this. GK merge. GK work merge. PR merge. Oh. All right, so yeah, we're on main with both of those. Let me get more music going. Okay, so Ooh, neck pops. Oh, hold on. Let me double check a work thing. How often do I see my templates changing? You wonder if it makes it harder than just tables? What do you mean by that? Are you saying like I should write the tables myself? Uh, no, you can't make me. You can't make me. No. Nope. 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 Have you seen how ugly email templates have to be to actually work across platforms? Or like clients? Like email clients? Dude, Outlook's the worst. Outlook is downright evil. Yeah, we should be sending a text and HTML version. I think Resend does some of that. Like if I really, really just wanted to be productive, I'd be using MJML. So. I don't like their docs. Yeah, so you can generate a plain text version. Yep. Yes, exactly. Yep. Yeah, Outlook 2007 is still like the most used one, isn't it? Okay, Apple is taken over. Gmail, sure. Okay, so Outlook 2016 is actually bigger than we thought. But yeah, Outlook 2007 is still necessary. I know, right? Like Yahoo Mail? Really? Yeah, no, it's terrible. It's really bad. I mean, Thunderbird's an app. Yahoo Mail is a web app, right? Web apps are ideal in general. So yeah, I don't know. Interesting stuff. Okay. Um, so hold on. Let's go back to their intended use case. We see hello world, they do the HTML to text. Wait, what the fuck? Dude, their docs are kind of shit. Yeah, see, I don't like this. I don't want to do this at runtime. Like, export is definitely what we want to do. Well, let's fiddle with it and we'll call it good. You won your Balatro? Hell yeah, Brainless. All right, so here's what we'll do then. And let me double check that we're on the main branch. That's fine. We're up to date. Wait, what does the dash E do? Okay. What else do they want us to do? Right? Write our emails. Sure. Ah, yeah. Um, that needs to go in there. And then here we go. All right, so we see my email. Click me. Yep, sure. Oh, interesting. All right, so then so we created that. We get a folder called out. Okay, so we got that created. It is a bit ugly still. Here we go. Templates. Phoenix has that. I have not looked at mailbox yet. So yeah, interesting there, full stacking. Okay, so hold on. We've got a major troll. They are just getting banned at this point. They just keep unfollowing and refollowing. And they know they suck. They know they are terribly trolly. And before, they're going to make a whole brand new account, but I'm just sick of seeing their spam. Thank you for the follow, Freddie. Appreciate that. But yeah, how's everyone's Friday going? Pretty good? Oh, Matt, you're heading into another round of Balatro? There you go. I still never played it. I've heard it's really good. Never even tried it yet, though. So yeah, stuff like this is going to be necessary. We want to keep the branding consistent between the documents, though. Waiting for moderator duties call at any minute? Wait, what do you mean by that? Yeah, we want to find just one of these that we think is a good enough boilerplate. I kind of like this one. I kind of like this one too. You moderate for a channel. He told you you'll be he'll be going live, so you need to go work. Yeah, no worries. Could you imagine being a streamer and actually forcing mods to do anything? That's weird. I don't get it. That's so weird to me. Yeah, I've got a bunch of mods, but I don't expect anything from them. Just be a good example. Okay, so I do need to use the restroom, but yeah, we'll pick one of these templates and we'll start hacking at it. Yeah, exactly. There you go, chaotic. Yeah, let me go use the restroom. I will be right back. Yeah, it's a little chilly. Let's zip up the hoodie. And all right, so here we go. When they say manual templating, I don't mind manual templating. So I guess here's my next thought, right? If we're looking at Mustache X, is there a way to do custom delimiters? And that's the JS version. All right, so let me look at what Heeks is, just to be sure. Yeah, I hate live view. I definitely don't want that. All right, well, let me test this out. We've got my email dot whatever. Right? Okay, so we can do interpolated values like that as long as they are strings. What about... And what is it? Hold on. I already forget the Elixir syntax. Or not Elixir, mustache. God, and this is one of the best. This is the greatest GIF ever made. God, that's an amazing mustache. Like, I think he's doing it by like using his tongue to wiggle his lips. Right? Like that. It's genius, though. What a badass. All right, so hold on. How do we do lists? Yeah, so it's just like that. Okay. So items, item name, okay, so then, yeah, name is not defined there because then we got to do this jazz with it, which is annoying, but not the end of the world. So then if we look at the output in the HTML file, we do see that stuff there. So yeah, we can do whatever mustache stuff we want, as long as we're passing that context properly. It does mean that we're manually doing this rather than using props, but I think I'm okay with that. Yeah. All right, let's get more music going. Yeah, anyone got any fun plans for the weekend? I will be streaming on Sunday, which is rare for me. But because I'll be out at the company office next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I want to get some more time hanging out with y'all. I think tomorrow and Sunday we'll actually switch things up. And we will do some of the Git cracking stuff and then maybe like a quick like side library thing. So yeah. Tomorrow we will pivot away from what we're doing with this stuff, at least temporarily. We'll jump back into it when I get back, or Monday, depending on if I can stream on Monday. Basically means my ID needs to arrive either tomorrow or Monday. And if it doesn't, then I can't stream because I got to go to the airport like 5 hours early. Doing nothing sounds amazing. Yeah. I like doing nothing. What's up, Kulon? How you doing? I'm curious, where does the Griff thing come from? Is it just because Theo says it? Because you're not the only person. But yeah, I'm doing good. Doing good. Just hanging out. And yeah, you're not the first person who doesn't even know that Theo like calls me Griff. I'm curious where that comes from. I mean, Chris is just as short. It's the same amount of letters. You know, like, huh. Context to CTX to X. Yeah, CTX I'll allow, but if someone uses X as a variable name, it's not passing code review. I will not rubber stamp it. Yeah, I don't know. It works. I'm not offended or anything. Yeah, I'm Gurf. Not even Griff, I'm Gurf. Maybe Garth? Gorf. There we go. Gorf. Twitter just screamed at the not passing code review comment. Yeah, nah, dude. I think variable naming is our number one most important thing we can do as developers for readability. If you use good variable names, you don't need comments. In most cases. And the times that you do need a comment are explicit. Yeah, that's a hill I will die on. Readability of code is so much more important than writing code fast. All right, so let's do this. Let's hammer some BS out. We need to pick one of the templates that they got. I would never sign off on that. Nope. Yeah, and I know it's just pseudocode there, brainless, but I completely disagree. Because the only time that's valid is if it's like a one-liner. And even then, it's kind of gross. That filter, well, filter tends to be kind of short. Filter tends to be basically just one thing. Map or for each or any of those, like, nah, man, it's gonna grow longer than your 3 lines. A proof of concept app. Yeah, until, okay, so now we're going to production with it. Yeah, exactly. Cool on, right? Like, convert account to Google Auth and sign in. Honestly, I see nothing wrong with that name. I see nothing wrong with that long function name. Just like I see nothing wrong with this. Nope. I know it's meme worthy, but I actually see nothing wrong with it. It says exactly what it needs to say. When you compare it with all the other ones on the left here, it is distinct. No, Lightspeed. You can type con and then complete it to the convert. And then A to complete it to the A, right, to the account. You might hit tab a few times, but it's still less than typing it. And realistically, a good autocomplete would recommend it anyway. So that is one thing. If you're using I for an index value, right, I, J, K, those are the only times I'll sign off on single letter variable names. That's the only time, ever. As long as it's representing an index value. If it's representing something other than a numeric index, no, I'm sorry, doesn't count. You can name it better. IDX? I'm fine with IDX, but what about when you need a second one? Do you do IDX2? IDX3? Right? When you're doing like nested loops? At least in that case, IJK works. IDY, IDZ. And then once you're done, like once you're 3 loops deep, do you loop it over and it's IDA? IDB? No, I get it. It should be rare that you're nesting loops like that, but it does happen. And the better conventions that you have for that you don't have to think about, it's just better, right? Why waste any cycles of your brain making that decision? I somewhat agree with the philosophy that you only have so many good decisions you can make per day. The more decisions you have to make, the worse you get at making decisions as the day goes on. There are very high-profile people who live by that mantra, who believe in that they don't even decide what they're going to wear. That's someone else's job. It's laid out for them. They just put it on their breakfast. Most days, they just eat whatever's given them. As long as it's something they like, they decide what they like ahead of time. Yeah, you only make good decisions before 1 p.m.? Yeah. I make way worse decisions after midnight. That might be the whiskey, but whatever. Yeah, no, I completely agree. Like, you only have so many good decisions, so many things that you can properly weigh the pros and cons and compare and contrast and blah, blah, blah. Like, there's only so many things that you can think that deeply about. Yeah, there you go, TIE Fire. Like, I agree. Once you're getting to K, shit, dude. Yeah, you should probably just start using proper variable names. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, this is an interesting conversation. I find people who've never worked on teams or had to maintain someone else's code very much think that, like, it doesn't matter. Use whatever variable names you want. You'll remember what it is. In 6 months, you won't. Someone else definitely won't. Like, yeah, my younger brother had a comment on Twitter about this. And I think it was just so incorrect. But it does, like, point out the difference in thought. So I do think this is worth bringing this up. Damn, it's probably like over a week ago. Let me zoom out a bit so I can scan this quicker. Yep, here it is. So yeah, this whole thread. Making your code dry can be tricky sometimes when you and an LLM have just vomited features into your code base together for a month. My backend is so wet. And then I replied, this you? Because he said this same thing, or not same thing. He said something completely contrast to this a couple months ago. People talk about whether code is maintainable. I think that's a gibberish term. All code is maintainable. And then his reply is, yeah, it's all maintainable as long as you remember all the places you repeated yourself. Right? Like, it's not you repeating yourself. It's someone else repeating themselves, and you have to maintain that context. You have to figure it out. It is very rare that we are the person maintaining the thing we wrote at any given job, right? It's actually incredibly rare. You're maintaining something someone else wrote. Yep. That's out of my scope. Yeah, exactly. Right? So then that's where I'd shout out the bus factor. At a company, you're going to maintain code you didn't write. That is like the majority of code you'll ever have to maintain. So here's my other quote that I really like. Always code as if the person who ends up maintaining your code is a violent psychopath who knows where you live. And another way to think about that is the violent psychopath that knows where you live is actually maybe you after 6 months of not touching the project. Like, you can be the own psychopath that knows where you live. Minimize the amount of times that you hate your previous self. It's a good way of coding. And yeah, like, the earlier comment about maintainability was more so directed at people who think that I wouldn't be able to maintain my own code doing it the way I do. I disagree. Because in 6 months, you won't remember any of this shit. So yeah. I like my brother, but he has not worked professionally as a dev before. So he lacks a bit of that context about maintainability and working on a team. For side projects, shoot yourself in the foot all you want. Who cares? It's your foot. Don't shoot other people in the foot. You actually do know where you live. Yeah, exactly. He'll figure it out eventually, maybe. Possibly. No, I understand that for sure. Yeah, right? Like, habits make it to where you don't have to think about any of this stuff, right? If you make it automatic to write good variable names, it becomes really easy, and it is automatic. If you get lazy about variable naming in side projects, you'll get lazy at work too, because, you know, habits can establish themselves really quickly. Oh, cool on. I barely write code at work. I'm a developer advocate now. So yeah, the code I write is usually demo code, but I've had to do a couple like one-off Next.js kind of like form microsite projects recently for my boss. which is fun. But yeah, no, at work, I'm a developer advocate, so I barely write code. Which is why this is so important to me, because it keeps me relevant, right? There's too many developer advocates out there in the world that haven't written any significant actual code in ages. I think that's the thing that developer advocates and DevRel people fall into as a problem, like really badly. Like, I know one developer advocate who's been looking for a DevRel role for ages, like, and he's really good at DevRel, but he's talking about how he's thinking about applying to engineering roles again, but he's realizing how rusty he is about it now. And yeah, he'd be starting off as basically a junior at that point, even though he's a senior developer advocate, like majorly senior, like really good at what he does. So yeah, like you gotta keep making actual things. Demo projects don't count. Code snippets for presentations don't count. What is a developer advocate? Developer advocates are essential at companies where your core target market are developers. So they're usually a part of the product marketing department. What they do changes from company to company. So some companies, a developer advocate might be a glorified documentation builder, and that's it. Other companies, they might be a glorified social media / like Discord maintainer. At GitKraken, their expectation of me is mainly to make video content. But other stuff has been happening and, is what it is. I do need to hammer out some more video content. But yeah, developer advocate, developer relations, kind of like the same thing. All right, so I'm going to use the Yelp template, because why not? Wait, what? What is this complaining about? And hold on. Yeah. You code your side projects like you do at work. It slows things down, but you do not develop bad habits, and you think it's worth the price. Absolutely. Same. Ugh. All right, so we get a bunch of other stuff complaining. So the preview one is weird, but yeah, like we can get rid of a bunch of those errors by properly interpolating. So why is row and preview broken? Well, let's see if it builds. So it does build. I might opt for MJML. God, email templates are just the fucking worst, dude. Mm. 2 months ago, so it's not bad. It does look maintained. Yeah, I'm just really annoyed by this, and I'm somewhat scared about this. Yeah, I know where he is, cool on. I guess it's cool one. Sorry. My bad. I'm just now noticing that. All right, so we're getting a bunch of errors with resend. Or not resend, react.email. Why does it seem like this isn't maintained very well? Like, I was paying with Super Maven. We could ask it. Cool's fine? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, cheers. Ooh, I forgot to press play on the album. That's kind of necessary. Necessary? Yeah, good night, cool. And what's up, Benji over on YouTube? How you doing? Oh, god damn it. So here's the thing. It compiles. Maybe we just deal with red in the editor? Because it's not the end of the world. Who cares? All right, so that doesn't cut down on any of the issues. Preview is failing too. Hmm. So what if I reinstall and we revert to version 18 for React? Still no fix. We can just let it be. It sucks. That's all. All right, well, can we pnpm dev? All right, so the images will fail, but the rest is looking okay. Yeah, yeah, we'll call it good. Wait, no way. Is it not even responsive? Why does react.email seem so broken? Oh, because they're hard coding widths. Why? Okay. You taking off there, Swag Dev? Yeah, no worries, man. Thank you for hanging out. God, their docs are really just not that complete either. Ooh, I forgot there was a can I use for email stuff. Fucking Outlook is why we can't have nice things. We can fix it, but man, Outlook just ruins everything, man. Yeah, I hate them so much. They're the worst. So, we basically need to take a note out of Vercel's book. So, yeah, like we should just be using Vercel. Like their templates. Right? Like they don't have anything here that requires like full 100% width. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do this. All right, so then from there, yeah, the process.env thing. Nope, we'll just hard code it. Preview is still annoying. Right, there's a tailwind component. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, that's kind of nice. Okay. Still, yeah. No. Like, receiving email is nice. Sending emails is the worst. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm getting hungry earlier rather than later, so I'm going to go heat up the oven because I got slices of pizza to eat. So, BRB. Okay. Oven is heating up. I had to pee again. But yeah, we'll eat some pizza and we'll keep going a little bit. Okay. So yeah, what's everyone up to? So yeah. If we look at what they got going here, we do need to heavily modify it, but I think it should work. Right? It's going to be bad images for those, sure. But I think we can do that. I think that would work. So let's think about what emails we actually need to make. And God, yeah, emailing is just so annoying. Rubot, thank you for the follow. I like that name. And yeah, I guess maybe it's robot. I'm just thinking roux as in like a cooking roux, but I think that's ROUS, right? No? No, maybe it is with an X. It is an X. Okay, yeah, no, we're good. Hey, nailed it. Good job, me. No, a roux is it's like a part of like most major sauces. Right? Like a bechamel or a gravy or whatever. LaRue? Wait, who the hell is that, Lightspeed? I never even heard of them. Yeah, that one I had never even heard of. Is that like, was that a band or something? Oh, yeah, from The Princess Bride. Oh, yeah. I forgot all about that. Yeah, I used to go to a dentist that had like movies that you could watch while you're getting your teeth worked on. I would always get the nitrous, so I was high as shit while getting my teeth worked on. But the movie I would pick every single time was Princess Bride. Every single time. And this is old school. This is back when they had like a VCR where they would put the tape in and everything. Like nowadays, you can just stream it and it'd be so much easier. But yeah, good catch. I forgot that was Princess Bride. All right, so the part that we're on right now. Yeah, we got way too many tabs open. I will need that one actually because I forget mustache syntax all the time. This thing, yeah, no, I don't care about that. I don't care about that. We will need mustache EX, which is fine. But yeah, an EDM artist in like 2008. Okay. Isn't that when like dubstep was like starting to take off? So was she like a dubstep artist? Oh, a vocalist used in dubstep songs. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Okay. So now we can actually start thinking about the actual templates we need. All right, so the templates we need to make, right? Accepting an invite, which we haven't wired up yet, but we should at least have something for it. Verifying an email address for notifications, batched email notifications, and maybe single notifications. And we're actually going to have to split that out as a thing. And then over your limit, upgrade now type thing. So this invite email is actually close. All right, so yeah, this whole section with the images, we get rid of that. All right, so now it's just the tailwind and the preview components, which I think are fine. All right, so this one is team invite. Then the next one would be confirm email ownership. So then what other ones, right? Or maybe verify email ownership. Sure. Right, so notification single, notification batch. And then that's all 4 of them, right? Or technically, no, over limit. All right, so God, yeah, that's a lot of red, isn't it? It's not ideal. And yeah, all of these are going to be app links. What we can do is get rid of the things we're not using. Team name invited by... So yeah, invited by username. Team name. Oh, invited by email. Right, users can pick their own names, so we'll allow that. And yeah, that's basically just for me having later, which means we can get rid of this. And yeah, we need to start doing like proper names for these things. So yeah, I should have done some of this cleanup before we got there. Let's just go through, do that for all these. Well, I like this song. Yeah, like the piano. It's really nice. Wonder if they're actually playing that or if it's just sequenced. Not that it makes one worse than the other. But I can't play piano for shit. But I do have some, like, a song that I made that had some piano stuff in it. Damn, yeah, what did I even call that song? Like, if I was going to search for it, I don't even know how I'd find it. Yeah, I don't even know where I'd find it. Huh. Yeah. No, it might be gone at this point. Yeah, I don't remember what the name of that song was. That's a bummer. All right, so real quick, hold on. Let me get some food in my belly. So I'm gonna go throw these pizza slices into the oven. It'll take just a sec. It'll be quick. So yeah, they only need like 5 minutes or so. But they are solid pizza slices. You guys are gonna be jealous when I show you these slices. Oh, and I forgot this song's really good too. All right, so yeah, we got those created. So yeah, we'll copy and paste, or not copy and paste, but we'll just find and replace that. So yeah, the team invite, which we haven't wired up yet, but we will have to do, might be the very first one that we need kind of like done. Invite link, yes. Team image, no. Invited by, yes. User image, username. So then if we think about notification batch, this is going to be different. Content, username, or author name. URL. Ooh, created at. Yeah, so I think those are going to be the events that we care about. And I'm not sure we need anything else for like a notification batch. And then very similarly, for a notification single event, it's just event. So then over limit, ooh, yeah, what props are we going to need for someone being over their limit? And maybe approaching limit instead of over limit? Current amount, number, limit, number, and then limit label. Not sure I like that name. All right, team invite and then verify email ownership. This one will be different as well. Uh, you mean like the Elementor stuff? I don't maintain that. I have no say. Are you just talking about the link? Like, what's crazy to me is I don't even think it works. Oh, maybe it does. Yeah, what anchor is that even trying to link to? Yeah. No, that shit's gross. It's something we could improve. But what is your exact feedback? Disgusting is a little harsh, don't you think? But 1 second, hold on. Let me check on my pizza. I think it might be ready. I think it might be ready. So hold on. Can I balance it out? You know what the opposite of disgusting is? Pizza. Big Mario's Pizza. If you're looking for a good commit message convention to follow, just use conventional commits. It's fine. You're welcome. So, maybe tone down the harshness and recognize that, yeah, marketing makes a lot of content, but if you reach out and are nicer about it, you'll get way more results. Oh, the pizza's the move. Oh, the pizza's so good. That's fine, Spy Guy. So they even mention conventional commits later. This seems like a really old article. Do they not have like a title of when it was posted? Yeah, I don't know, man. Yep. I'm sorry. I can't own everything we do. I do think this could be way better. There's no way it needs to be that long. Yeah, no, this article needs a lot of work. I bet this is pretty damn old. So yeah, you're not wrong. I just wish you wouldn't have been so harsh about it. That's all. Right, 2020. I bet this is a 5-year-old article. So, you know, just take it easy. That's all. I can definitely make a note that we need to work it on this page for sure, right? There's more we can do. Like some of the links barely work, it seems. Yep, they don't work at all to link to the sections. So yeah, we got work to do. That's fine. All right, one more slice, real quick. Any Elixir dev? Oh, we're doing Elixir right now. We're doing our email templates, though. And it'll be maybe a little bit after we've done some of the content for the templates that we get back to the point where we need to do like the interpolation of like the data and sending the templates. So it might be a minute. I do plan on getting to it tonight because, you know, plans for tonight are basically this stuff or gaming. You know what? This is just as fun as gaming. So we will be getting to the Elixir here eventually, but right now we need to do like the templating stuff. All right? Like we are doing Elixir, but in general, when building an application, not everything can be the backend. Depends on what you mean we leave tonight. Do you mean like they're the most annoying thing you'll ever have to deal with when launching a project or playing a game? Yeah, totally. It's the most annoying thing you'll deal with besides a Timo. No, no, I said two, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I said 2 slices, but yeah, these are East Coast slices. They're like proper foldable, like epic slices. I said I had one left. I turned the oven off. There's one left in the fridge. I'll have that later tonight. But I needed 2 in my belly. Two in the belly, 1 in the fridge. There's at least a couple degenerates that know the reference I was just now making. Two in the belly, 1 in the fridge. Axer got it. Go for it. We leave tonight. All right, we're very close to finishing this slice. And then we're back to the coating. The storage of food, particularly pork belly. Honestly, I think it's onto something. Okay. Sorry, I needed to eat some food. Thank you for letting me pig out a little bit in front of you. Sorry, for letting me pork belly out in front of you a little bit. Let me get my keys out of my pocket. Why the hell are these there? Okay. And hey, what up, greenish pepper, Mr. Sir? So how to make branches effectively via a... Sorry for the burp. Via the graph. Dude, yeah, dude, perp skirt. That was good. In fact, hold on. I think I might need to even fiddle with my humidifier after that. Oh no! Yeah, my humidifier is messing with my stream. Let me try and clear the humidifier real quick. That might help. Yeah, humidifiers. It's like them being messed up is contagious or something. I don't get it. Yeah, it's weird. Strangest thing. Whatever. Okay, so here's the thing. That spy guy, I might not be the best person to teach you that because I use the command line for almost all of my Git operations. What I think GitKraken's greatest value add is not abstracting Git away from you, even though the graph is nice for that. It's actually in like the team collaboration features of like Launchpad, knowing what your PRs are and what issues you should work on and blah blah blah, right? Like seeing everything assigned to you across a bunch of different repos in one place. That is my absolute favorite feature. So yeah, like I'm not the biggest expert on just using GitKraken desktop. Like I'm a dev. I kind of just use the terminal. Not to say that people shouldn't use GKD. I just think there are things you'll reach for it for. It doesn't have to be everything, I think people get too hung up on using one thing for everything. Well, I mean, let me go look at it real quick, because why not? They pay me for a reason, I guess. No, and I understand shipping via branch, but like, I guess I don't understand the use case or problem that you're having. And, ooh, this might be where I've pushed back before, but like zooming in, we can only get so zoomed in. Yeah, like, dude, I've given feedback about this before. It's just not easy to zoom this thing in, man. The moment you're on a 4K screen, it's not a great experience. Yeah. I don't know. I'll have to push back on that again. Like, where the hell is the zoom now? Well, yeah, it's going to be hard to see. So when you say you ship via branch, what does that actually mean? Are you shipping versioned branches, like trunk-based development stuff, right? Via tags and all that junk? Or are you like doing web stuff where you got like dev goes to the dev environment up in the cloud, staging goes to the stage environment up in the cloud, prod goes to prod, right? And then anything else is just you making branches off of dev? Is that what we're talking about here? Like, describe your process. Like to me, when you said you use branches to deploy, that means you have a branch per deployment environment, correct? That's not quite what I was saying, Spy Guy. What I mean literally is, do you have an environment called dev, right? Is it like dev.yourproduct.com? Do you have another called staging, staging.yourproduct.com? And then prod is just the .com. Do you have something like that going? Like, there's just a lot of details you're not giving us. Prod, dev, and staging. Got it. Okay. And you have each one of those driven off of a branch. So basically your flow is you branch off of dev, you make changes, they are a pull request to dev, and that goes and gets deployed up, right? Like after merging. And then QA can go in and double check it before it goes up to staging maybe. But then you're making a PR from dev to staging, not from your branch to staging, right? Get with my personal projects, I commit to main. Like that shit doesn't count. If we're talking about like proper web dev environment based branching, I'm just making sure, confirming that what I've dealt with is what he's actually doing, because if I start saying stuff that's not actually it, then it's a problem. Okay, but basically your flow is you're never committing directly to staging or directly to production, right? And then from there, it's like a merge process waterfall. If that's the flow, there's no preventing the dev to staging giantness of it. Your PR should be small, though. So I don't know about Get Kraken. Let's, I don't know, let's open up a repo. Why not? Because I don't use Get Kraken desktop. Any branching stuff, I just do locally. Like I do it on my dev machine. But, okay, so let's look at, I don't know, any one of these. Intro? What the hell is intro? What? All right, hold on. More music. Let's just go to Vexilla. Sure. Oh, wait. No, we don't have that. So, Walter. Why not? So, right, like, look at how my history looks. I'm just committing to main with all this stuff because it's just me right now. For side projects, that's fine. I'm trying to think, do I have a project or anything else that does the branching flow? Like, no. Yeah, I don't have a good example. Sorry. But basically, make sure you're on the right branch when you do your new branch. I really do think you should try using the command line for branch switching. For some of the other stuff, sure. But at least if you did it via the commands on the CLI, you'd have a better mental model of what's happening when you do that stuff in Get Kraken. That's my recommendation. So in general, make sure you're on the correct branch to make your branch from. Yeah, no, Spy Guy, that sounds like a mistake. Like, you shouldn't have had that many changes. How long are you keeping branches for? That's another thing. Is your team moving fast and you're taking a week? You should probably make smaller PRs. Right? Faster, quicker, get it up there. Kind of stuff. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's how big is your team? There's just so much stuff, dude. I don't know. Keeping 1,000 branches forever? Oh, I never delete the local. Yeah, oh, hell no. No. Yeah, I keep branches around forever. I never delete a branch. GKCLI is doing that for me, which is nice. But what if I wanted those still? I don't know. As long as the feature takes. Nope, that's broken. That's bad. You can break your stuff up way better. Right? You can break your features up better, Spy Guy. Maybe one's just creating the routes without actually like wiring them up to routing. Then the next one is, creating some of the base components. Right? From there, do all your data fetching. But without actually plugging it into anything. Just in like the route component. Like you can totally like piecemeal this. Where you don't commit the part where it's added to the router, but you're adding these things incrementally. That review overhead is actually way less than me looking at a 2,500 line PR. Most of that stuff I could look at in a second and approve, right? Besides the components, the data fetching, no, that's a standard pattern. No, that's pretty easy to scan. Like, technically, you should probably be creating a service or using Tanstack start and some abstraction, but again, the pattern should be pretty easy to scan, Lightspeed. The review overhead of a 2,500 line PR is way higher. And so much more bad stuff is going to make it through. Yeah. Right? Like a giant PR, bad stuff will make it through. Some comments will get ignored. Some will get, like, some bad comments happen where it's like wasting your time. If you can make someone look at something way smaller, there's usually less to push back on, and the stuff to push back on is easier to fucking knock out. Now, there are definitely ways to, like, stage features in small bits that are reviewable on their own, and then if you got to change some of it, well, that's fine. It's part of one of your other PRs, but you're not generating all of it all at once. And someone else can jump in and start filling in gaps. The longer you sit solo on a feature, the way worse it is. I'd rather merge in small incremental changes that aren't actually public yet. They're not even being referenced. They're not even going to be part of the bundle that the user gets. But you've got this small reviewable chunk. Maybe, Kigo. I think that's a prompting problem. I bet you could totally set up cursor rules to force it to make incremental commits. Right? Or incremental branches. Why not? GitKraken's building a CLI MCP server that could do these Git operations for you. Could understand what issues you got to do. Like, yeah, could be interesting. Sorry. Like chunk of spice or something in my teeth. All right. I think it's fine. Anyway. So verifying email ownership. Like, God, I hate doing email templating so much. All right, we got the server running. I do think we want to restart the server so it gets a fresh look at the file system. We comment all that, or not comment, we save all that. And other one, here we go. All right, cool. So yeah, like all the images are going to be broken. Abdu, this is react.email. So it's up there in the left corner. This is the library. It's just a local Next.js app they spin up. This is kind of nice, actually. I hadn't seen this before. What are they looking for abuse indicators? That's the plan, Abdu. Yes. So we're going to be rendering these templates to raw HTML. That's why everything here looks like mustache syntax, because we're going to be passing it through mustache EX, which is the Elixir mustache implementation. And yeah, so we pre-render this to the stuff that still needs to be interpolated. Because I'm not paying the React render cost at runtime. Hell no. Ideally, we could upload these to our email provider, and they would maintain the templates. And then we're just sending the data over the wire. That'd be even better. But Resend does not support that, which is interesting because they made react.email, so they could embed that pretty easy. Like pre-rendering and everything. Make it an iframe. Who cares, you know? But yeah, yeah, that's something I miss from Mailgun and Mailjet. They actually let you compile and ship the templates. I don't remember if SendGrid works that way. I think SendGrid does. But we ran into issues signing up, and I just don't care enough right now. Because it's just a URL, right? And a payload. And you're sending an email. Problem solved, you know? So yeah, for now, this is how we'll do it. It's fine. We do need to get those images going. Yeah, let's do it. Why not? It'll be quick enough. Wow, have I never opened Affinity 2 on this this machine yet? Wow. Uh, hold on. I missed a setting to make the background transparent. Dude, the text is just so small. Well, it's not a big deal. Yeah, we'll be grabbing a selection for what we export anyway. It'll be okay. All right, so Joe is the name. All right, so then here in public, that's where the images are. All right, so favicon.svg, we should be able to bring that in. Yup. Ooh. Yeah, what's the name of our font? Limelight. You type the font name there. All right, so then size of this. I'll just do that for now. The chances that we actually have Limelight are nope. All right, so we'll do a save as. Because we're going to have to restart when we change the fonts, which is really annoying. Maybe they've fixed it. Okay. So yeah, Affinity Photo, close. Because I don't believe in the entire pattern of live view. I don't want my server ever spending any cycles rendering templates. Why? That's what a CDN's for, right? So let me just point out, I do not think that server-side rendered applications are a common case. So the problem that Next.js is built to solve is not a problem that I ever really have. I maybe need a back-end endpoint or two for something small and BSy, but the rest is basically static or single-page application. Like, in general. Now, keep in mind, most of the money in the world flows through what Next.js is talking about, which is e-commerce. I don't build e-commerce apps, right? Billing for a single page application doesn't need any kind of server-side stuff other than like the API that you hit, which is the API you own. But I don't think my API server should ever render templates. That's beyond its concern. It should only be rendering data, and I'm consuming that through some other thing that cares about rendering. So in that way, I basically treat REST APIs almost like a microservice. Live View tries to solve a problem I just don't have. All right, so we need to download Limelight. Ooh. Yeah, the tea with the whiskey is interesting. Like that vanilla flavor really kicks in. Limelight. Fuel bots. There we go. Nope. All right, there we go. Jesus. Oh, I had Roboto selected too. Whatever. Okay, so Limelight is now installed. Should be able to start Affinity again. All right, there we go. So we got our font. Now we can grab this thing. Oh, forgot holding Alt keeps that. Okay, so we got that in range. We're going to make this bigger. Had my brain tested? What do you mean by that? No. Like, you mean like I took a test? I've done that. You mean like, I don't know, like science fiction shit? They hook up like electrodes and shit? No. Hell no. All right, all right. So we do something like that. Honestly, we can make this just a little bit bigger. Something like that. All right. So then... All right, so what we want to do maybe is even try and mimic the card styling. Right? So hold on. I was reminded about this site earlier. Okay. So... I think it's fine. Whatever. If it looks bad in Outlook, is what it is. Yeah, I think it's fine. Okay, so then, yeah, we can copy the styling for some of this. Beer o'clock. Cheers. So yeah, what is the theme of my design? I'm using neo-brutalism. It's a Shad CN wrapper. It's fine. Neo-brutalism. Just, oop. I want it just a little bit bigger. Yeah. All right. Well, that's not good. Okay. So, now that we've done that bit, I'm going to take that. We should really turn this into a component. So we can just update it once for all of these things. We're pulling it out to a container. Components. Oh, wrong place. Oh. All right, we'll call this header. Did I look up neo-brutalism type fonts? No, we just went to Google Fonts. And this is the way I always kind of just like pick out a like, I don't know, like a branded font. That's a heavy quote on that. Because I don't know what I'm doing. But if you go to fonts.google.com, you can click into, I think the one I picked was maybe Art Nouveau? I thought there was a different one. There was like just a display category at one point. I think I must have picked artistic. Yeah, there's Limelight. So yeah, I didn't even go very far for it, did I? But yeah, like you can just click around some of their stuff and find something that fits what you're looking for. In fact, I might have hit Art Deco. Because I feel like Art Deco is closer to like neo-brutalism than a lot of stuff. Maybe not. I don't know. All right, so then, yeah, looking at all that. Font Forge? Is it, are you really thinking of Font Forge? Because Font Forge is what I always think of when you're like making your own fonts, right? Nope, nope, no, no, no. Come on, come on. Yeah, right, like the open source font editor. What are you talking about? It's got to be another name, like Font Foundry or some bullshit like that. I don't know. I'm guessing. Like maybe this one? Yeah, Haxer. Like, I don't know. Do you have a link? 1 second. I refactor when it's necessary. So right now we are actually in the middle of a refactor. We're extracting a component, right? You'd consider that refactoring a bit, right? Oh, And no, not render. Return. Old school. All right, so yeah, we got the header there. Looks like I need more music going. Yeah, I could find and replace it. I don't know. We're almost done anyway. Oh, it is actually... Wait, fontforge.io? Why didn't that come up? Yes, their SEO sucks. Oh, no, this is cool. Nifty. Interesting. Yeah, I like that. That's nice. All right, cool. So these are still rendering. Perfect. All right, so the next step in header, I actually want to style this. There you go. All right, there we go. Okay, so BG. Thanks. Okay, so hold on. All right, so then ring shadow. All right, and then TW shadow. Hey, all right, so we're close. We need to replicate the border. All right, so then... Oh, interesting. Really? The border isn't working? Interesting. Oh, do I need border solid on there? I think I do. Feel like I do. Yeah, there it is. Weird that it didn't have it here. Maybe that's something border is doing. Okay. So yeah, we would do that. And then, yeah, we're not going to be able to animate the button there, right? For like when you hover it. but we can still do the styling. All right, so what do we need for the card here? So we're going to do that a few times. And we may even need to import it from elsewhere. Yeah, I think... Yeah, we'll make that the big bit there. All right, so that is our reusable card class. We could bring in CLSX for this. I don't think we need to, though. Yeah. All right, so then in here, this is card classes. Okay, so that should still render. We should be able to add that over to other stuff. So we want to bring this in from like a styling.ts. Okay, so we got those. What one are we on right now? Verify email ownership. Sure. All right, so that button is what we're looking at. Ooh, yeah, imports are kind of messed up. Oh. Okay. So we need our own button, basically. I don't know. Like, what do you mean? Depends on what we're building, right? Like, I don't know, man. If you can't be more specific, the answer is yes. But like, you're not going to follow the same pattern for everything, so you got to be way more specific about your question. You did a logo mockup? Sure. Yeah, we'll look. Okay, cool. So we got some spacing on it now. Let's make it a little bit better. It's px4 py2. Ooh, that could be confusing. I don't want to use Tailwind Merge if I don't have to. All right. Wait, what does color M text do? Okay, so let me look. Oh, I like that. I kind of want to stick with the font that I have, though. But I like the heartbeat going through it. That's kind of nice. The problem is the heartbeat's like so generic, right? Like I'll never be able to get a trademark for it. So it's always just been a placeholder anyway. I think what you did is amazing, for sure. I really like it. Like the line going through it. That's really good. Bob, are you all right? Yeah, I mean, I can't pay you at the moment. I'd love to pay you eventually, though. But no, that looks good, man. I like it. The project can make some money first. It's okay to have a terrible logo and a terrible font, at least at the start. Like, totally fine. But yes, I think eventually when I can pay someone, sure. Oh, really? I thought it was just a mistyping of the word remember. Right? Like, just replace the F with the R. No, stud. I want to pay someone for something. You're flipping that. Like, no, I don't want to get free labor from TF. So, yeah, no, I think you're completely misunderstanding. They weren't asking. I'm saying I don't want to do it until I can pay anyway. There's a big difference. Yeah, I think blue sky makes sense too, right? Like the cloud thing, but just we want to be more than just a blue sky wrapper. Right? We have plans for Hacker News, Lobsters, and probably Reddit, you know? At the bare minimum. The MVP will be blue sky, for sure. But yeah, I want to set up some stuff for those things too. All right, so here's the next bit. We need to pass the right props to this. Text, or actually it's just children. Or actually, yeah, we can do this. Href works for me. Sure. Sure. Yeah, and then it's just children comes through. And yeah, Sud, like, not a big deal. Yep, no stress, dude. All right. So, yeah, we've got this component. Maybe I want to add like an arrow or something to it at some point. Oh no, we'll think about the button. I think the rest of it looks fine. So yeah, this is not verify email ownership though. This, yeah, team invite should be what we're doing there. Ooh, and wait. I think all of those are referencing the header in the wrong place because we had to move it. No, that actually looks right. Uh-oh. That's the project. Okay. Interesting. So some of these could be broken. Okay, that's just some Next.js weirdness. Whatever. Just needed to toggle the build process while we were on the page. Okay, sure. Okay. And what's up, Childs? How you doing? So the team invite page, I think we're good on. We just need to make the button come from the other place. Hey, there we go. All right, so then team invite. Right, so something like that. Okay. I feel like green could be okay. All right, so that's our team invite. Sure. So approaching your limit. Yeah, I think we can just start hammering out the content for these. I think we did the the abstraction we needed. So then here, I almost want to create like a layout. Yeah, layout component. We could abstract a lot of this. At least the styling parts. But I don't know. We'll wait on that part. It just seems like, yes, a bunch of this stuff is really boilerplatey, right? Right? Preview text and a bunch of these things could actually be composed better. This is definitely a sleepy time song. It's a nice one, but not good for the moment, right? I'm not trying to sleep right now. Luckily, I can't. I'm drinking my tea and my whiskey, so they're canceling each other out. All right, so the current amount, the limit label. That's like the thing that you're being limited by, right? Notifications, events, whatever. So yeah, what we're doing here is we're getting our template stuff going. Okay, so we do all that. Button isn't coming from where we wanted. Okay, so instead of the green, yeah, I like that. Okay, so the arrow definitely helps there. So then we can keep it the main color. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so then, right, approaching your limit. Yeah, okay, so then let's look at team invite. Approaching your limit. Yeah, the batching is going to be tricky, but the single notification shouldn't be too bad. And then finally, it's verify your email ownership. For For the notification one, or this one, right, the button will just say... So it actually doesn't equate to pixels. It technically equates to pixels, but the value is actually REMs. So whatever you have your like base, like body size set at, it'll be 4, like 4 will equal 1 whole body size unit. So then you get proportional values of that. So if you set your body size unit to 32, then px4 would be 32. Does that make sense? So why did they pick 4 to equal 1? Because it's a better abstraction than 0.25 if you wanted to do a quarter of it. Well, keep in mind, 1 REM is not always 16. That's up to you and what you set as your base element. If you're not changing that, then that's fine, but you totally can. Just think about the developer experience of it. If you wanted to do something that was half of an REM, would you rather type 2 or 0.5? If you wanted to type px2, would you rather type px2 or px.25? And yeah, what's up, Lake? How you doing? All right, so here in verify email ownership. Would you even be able to do px.5? Well, I mean, yeah, I think a big part of it is like the decimal would mess with things a little bit. Yeah, like just yeah, the period would mess with everything, you know? So another part of it is just simply not being able to do decimals without having to interpolate them. And why should you have to do the square brackets every time? So you can't see what Colton is saying, but px.5 wouldn't parse properly, you know? Like you can't use decimals in class names. Yeah, you'd have to escape it, but you'd have to do it with the square brackets. Or wait, could you backslash it? I don't know if you could backslash it. Just think about like what the CSS you'd have to write would be like. I don't think you can escape that. I just think it's not a valid class. I don't know. I've never tried. Like, I see what you're saying. Like, I don't think escaping would actually work. You'd have to interpolate. Which means you'd have to do the square brackets, and that's way more annoying. And another thing to remember is Tailwind was created when they didn't actually even have interpolating. It was actually a much more naive design system at the time. And yeah, Colton, they came up with a great system. Yeah, I agree. I think Adam Wathan nailed it. Ooh, I do need to go pour some more water. Give me a second. And yeah, we're going to keep hammering out these templates. It's only 7:40. Only thing I got planned tonight is maybe some gaming. No, Stream Parrot's going. It's just a different theme. All right, but yeah, BRB. Let me go pour some more water, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I got my water. I thought you were asking, what, not working on Stream Parrot today? I was like, dude, where the hell have you been? I haven't worked on Stream Parrot since that hard drive died. But yeah, how was everyone's Friday night? Colton, you need to come back and see what new CSS stuff has happened. Like you haven't done a lot of front end lately? Yeah, you got a good Friday yourself there, Lake? Hell yeah. Yeah, tomorrow we're going to do the Get Cracking thing. I'm going to try and hack on the CLI to add auto-completion because that sounds fun. And then if we finish that up quickly, which I doubt we will, but I'll also be streaming on Sunday. Depending on when we finish the Get Cracking stuff tomorrow, we'll pivot into this thing that I've been wanting to build that I kind of need to have happen, and it's a good like short excursion, like a random Sunday. Yeah, let's do a random project. That project is basically a wrapper around GitHub and their API in a way where you're basically treating a JSON repository on GitHub as a source of truth. Anyone who's been here when I was working on Vexilla would maybe recognize the pattern of how that application works. But in general, I think, yeah, we should build an abstraction so that we can build other like micro apps on top of like GitHub as like a source of truth. Yeah, Vexilla's app totally does that, even though it's broken right now and we totally got to fix it. But yeah, what I'm wondering is, could I abstract out a bunch of the BS I'm doing on Vexilla to at least like, you know I want Vexilla to solve for like Bitbucket, GitLab, like all the others. But could I at least solve the GitHub part that way? And if we can get like the API nailed down for some micro apps, we can abstract out to the other platforms pretty easily too. So treating a Git repo as a source of truth, using OAuth and permissioning to do the stuff. Yeah, I may try and just like abstract and pull out a bunch of like the auth stuff we did for Vexilla. I think that'd be kind of cool. The goal would be to have a library that we could like build and publish and let people run away with. But I would also use it for a thing for work and, you know, side projects and blah, blah, blah. I think that'd be kind of cool. Right? You're already using GitHub for other stuff, right? Why add another spreadsheet that you're going to lose inside of Google Docs? Boom. Right? Changes can be pull requests, and you can be done with it. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's some like selling spiel we could do for that. Not selling, but like the use case for it. But yeah, I've got thoughts about how we could build that. I think that would be cool. JSON scares the non-developer, Markdown too, and that's fine, Lake, because the key is if I have a library, I can abstract into actual applications. The non-developer never has to touch the JSON. They'll still have PRs that they can check and, you know, recognize, but all of the work can be generated for them. Right? The JSON can be totally like Zod validated and blah, blah, blah before it even becomes a PR, and they don't even touch that part. It's a way, like, honestly, I think it would be a really nice way of getting the rest of marketing and the product marketing team at GitKraken to dog food our tools because they would have a legit reason to use Launchpad every day. If we can get a whole bunch of micro apps made that help us dog food our product better, that would be awesome. I mean, Lake, technically, your front end could be a statically built site, and you just use a webhook to rebuild from whenever someone updates something in the WordPress. You can absolutely do that. Yeah, you could totally rig up the Astro build process. 100%. WordPress could just be a headless CMS. Nothing's stopping you. You can absolutely hook into that event and have WordPress send a webhook when something updates to trigger a re-render. And Astro builds fast enough that it doesn't matter. So Haxor. Yeah, that could be done. That's not what I'm thinking specifically for these micro apps. They'd probably be just hash routed GitHub pages. Or whatever, right? Still kind of cool. Yeah, the whole like GitHub as like as a database, right? It's a really slow database. But it's probably fine for something that only maybe like 20 people per day will ever touch. Probably not even that. As far as like mutations, you'd have, I don't know, like one every week or two. For the product I'm thinking. Like, I want to build out a CFP tracker. We're going to make GitHub run Doom. Obviously. Duh. Yeah, did I not say that already? No. No. It would probably run slower than the TypeScript implementation, right? Like TypeScript types. Not ideal. All right, so verify email ownership. Instead of has invited you, right? So this email address has been submitted as an address to send notifications to from Masijo. Please confirm that you would like to receive. Nope. So it's more copy and paste the. Or I don't know if copy paste works. It should for that OTP input, but I don't remember if it does. Use the code below to ownership of this email address in the Masijo dashboard. They will be sent from the Phoenix app. Right now, it's in a package in the front-end monorepo, and I will compile them and then basically just like put them into a. Like, I don't know if I want to git ignore the folder or just commit it. I think we'll just commit it. But yeah, that'll ship up with our back end, but it's pre-rendered, so we're not doing any like React BS to render this on the server. It's just a string in which we need to interpolate, I don't know, some of the values. That is not even close to correct. I have not used SES myself. Nah, we're just going to be using Resend. I've heard good things about SES, but we don't have anything up on AWS for this project. And it just, I don't know. If I can avoid creating a whole new, like, AWS org for it, and I can use mostly free services for the other stuff, I'm going to do it. Because this is a small app. I don't envision this being huge. Yes, I think SendGrid supports that, but Resend does not. And I tried to sign up for SendGrid earlier, and it totally just didn't work, so I gave up. It'll work now. If we need to change it, we can always do the SES and the other stuff. Yeah, Mailgun, Mailjet, like everything does it. It actually blows my mind that Resend doesn't support that. It's not a big deal though. Like we don't care. It does mean that like we could test it locally and the templates would always be in sync with what the backend is sending. So that is nice. But no, I would prefer to have the templates up there just data over the wire reasons. Egress is not free on pretty much any platform. But is what it is. Yeah, the copy and paste, I don't think we need. But right, so I think yeah, join. Nope. Okay, let me get more music going. Yeah, okay. So we got that one. We got this one. Approaching limit looked good. Invite link is actually wrong. Yeah, hold on. So go to billing. Sure. So then, yes, the notifications are the last bits we need. content for. So we get an event as the props, maybe? Hey, thanks for the sub there, Memory Fade. Yeah, let me fade my memory a little more. But yeah, what's everyone up to? How y'all doing? I saw it. You don't got to say it twice. We got a repeater on our hands. No, you're good. You're good. Your message came through at least. So yeah, thank you for the sub. Stream's so nice, he had to say it twice. There you go. Exactly. Exactly. I think event might be the main thing. So we might be good on the single. For batch, what would this look like? Events. You've got to cook all night? Okay. What are you cooking? Like, this is a foodie stream in disguise. Like, yeah, what are you cooking? Oh, you got to ship some code. Oh. Way less fun. But memory fade. No, so just so you know, you don't have to watch VODs on Twitch. YouTube has them all for free. So I do appreciate the sub, like, but you know, you can get that stuff free on YouTube. It doesn't have the music, but that means you can put on whatever music you want. So that's up to you. I do appreciate the support, but you don't have to spend money for it. It's just a way that I incentivize people like watching stuff on the YouTube, which is why the VODs here, sure, they're sub only, but you know, I don't even think you get the music of the VODs here. Yeah, because the way I ship it to Twitch. So you might as well be watching it on YouTube. I should probably turn off my VODs here on Twitch. I don't know. I'm not sure. If you like watching here on Twitch more than YouTube, I totally get it. You just subbed for that. Well, I mean, you don't have to keep it up. I don't mind if you do, but yeah, like seriously, YouTube. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. You might be kidding. You might be lying about kidding. I don't know, man. No takebacks, no erases. Yeah, the only thing that you don't get on YouTube is when I do like the news crawl part of things. So if you do enjoy the news crawl, that is maybe one reason to sub on Twitch for those VODs. I don't know if it's worth it, but that is at least one thing. So I don't do the news crawl on YouTube, mainly because I don't want to deal with updating the title. But I have been meaning to put the news stuff on YouTube because my main goal is I want to actually cut the content for YouTube and make like the way Prime does it, the way he does his like news, like blog reading, BS, whatever, right? I want to do content like that. Technically, I think I've been recording content like that and doing the news crawl since it became his main shtick. But he's put way more effort into it, and I'm just super lazy. No, you know me. I wouldn't do any of that shit. I just mean sometimes, like, we do a news crawl, I read things, and I have opinions, and I think I enhance the article by adding my opinion on top, right? Editorial-wise. I think there's value to content like that on YouTube, but no, you know I wouldn't be as hyperbolic as that. Come on. I feel like I don't know if this is a thing, like if he's even aware or he cares, but I don't know if he realizes he's being typecast as the guy that just changes languages more often than he changes his clothes, you know? Like language is bad is like easy content, but at some point you're going to recognize a grifter. Every language is bad. Fucking deal with it and move on and make stuff. That's my opinion. I don't know. I wouldn't want to be typecast as the guy that thinks every single language sucks. Of course they do. Is that content? I don't know. I don't know. Every language sucks. It is, right? But like, I don't think he wants to actually be known as a clickbaiter. I really don't think that's something he's going for or trying for at all. But I don't know if he can see that it's what he's doing. I don't know, man. Introspection's hard. Reflection's expensive, man. That's why you don't do it with Go at runtime. I believe Go does have reflection libraries, right? But there's another, like a major reason why you wouldn't use Reflect.js or whatever in JavaScript at runtime. Like, it's extremely slow. It's a bad idea. It's a really bad idea. Wait, so Lake, does PHP have proper reflection? Interesting. I hadn't thought of that. I hadn't even like found a use case where I needed it. And it's there by default, huh? So like No matter what, every single instantiation of PHP is instantiating the reflection libraries, right? Oh, Laravel uses it for dependency injection. That makes sense. Okay. Interesting. I think there's an important thing to recognize, though, that because PHP is interpreted, it's just evaluated from top to bottom for every request. So the cost might not be that high. But for things that have an actual runtime, that's where you run into a lot of issues. Like, I wonder if the evaluation can, like, cache some of that stuff in a better way. Like, it's more deterministic, actually, because there isn't a runtime. You really do have to install reflect metadata for Node.js DI? You don't for Angular, but maybe they're getting around that with all the decorator BS. But they are doing decorator stuff. So it's compile time versus runtime at that point. Yes, Node.js as a runtime. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Right? Like, Angular has to use it at compile time, sure, but it doesn't need to use it at runtime. Because it's already been compiled away. Yeah, interesting points. I've never done dependency injection with Node.js, like at like the server level. Most of my dependency injection has always been like front end, which means it's like an ahead of time compiled thing. And maybe that's part of Angular, but like Angular still uses the decorators, which means to get at templates and all that stuff, like, yeah, you need reflect metadata still. But that's only if you want to look at it at runtime. So maybe it doesn't need it at compile time, but it's the only way that you get access to it if you want to inspect things as they're happening. So maybe the compiler doesn't need to reflect. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know enough about like Angular's internals. I think the decorator stuff is actually really cool. And I think Nest.js does similar, right? I think they're very decorator heavy too. But it's all basically like compile time decorators. Yeah, one of the first talks I ever gave was actually a decorators talk at the Angular meetup. It was kind of fun. Not the first talk I ever gave. I think the first talk I ever gave at a meetup was about Koa and async await. And this was around the time that like Express was sold to IBM and its future was questionable. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's old school. Shit. It's got to be, man, 2015, 2016? Oh, I mean, there's probably a reason for that. Technically, TJ Holloway-Chuck just stopped liking JavaScript and became a Go fanboy. And he made that apex.run, right? And he probably made enough money off selling Express that he didn't have to think about that shit ever again. Oh, ad. All right, all right. Okay, you're back. Just to recap, basically, TJ Holloway-Chuck became a Go fanboy and he didn't want to touch JavaScript anymore. So boom, right? That was already a big part of it. He went and did his apex.run thing. I don't know what happened after that. And then, when he sold Express, he probably made a fat chunk of change. And he probably doesn't have to work anymore. I'm jealous. I bet he still works and does stuff, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think he liked the fame either. But I'm not sure. I've never chatted with him. I don't know him personally. I have no idea. I'm speculating. But it's insane how much TJ Holloway Chuck actually changed most of our lives. If you're a dev these days, his shoulders are at least some of the shoulders you're standing on. Yep, Passport.js got bought by Okta. Dude, money talks, man. If you're not making shit on open source and then all of a sudden some company wants to pay you a chunk of change for this thing that you weren't getting paid anything for, and that chunk of change means you can basically retire, why wouldn't you do that? Dude, oh my God. You should probably just do that. Yeah. Yep, everyone called Ryan Dahl crazy. But dude made something that changed the fucking world, man. Okay. It'd be cool to actually, mentor, or just work with some of these people at the companies that acquire them. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Tanner Lindsley's shit's gonna get snapped up here real soon, isn't it? Come on. Someone just needs to, dangle 5 mil in that dude's face and fucking boom. Tanstack, owned by IBM. React Query by IBM. I shouldn't have put that out in the world. Now we know it's going to happen, right? Ooh, @Vercel/React Query? No, it'll be @Vercel/Query. Come on, get it right. All the other ones get killed. Right? View query? Nah, I'm good. No. @Vercel/Query. SWC, hold on. That's the compiler, though. That's a different thing. But yeah, Vercel totally bought it. Yep. Yeah, Vercel actually swoops up a bunch of shit. Turbo Repo wasn't theirs. They bought it. Smartly. Wonder how much they paid the Shad CN guy. Stalewall Revalidate? Yeah, Stalewall Revalidate. I don't think it's the same thing. No. I don't think they're the same thing at all. Right? SWR is more of a server-side thing. I don't consider React Query to be remotely server-side. It feels to me like a purely client-side abstraction that you can use on the server. Versus, SWR is, purely a server-side thing. Right? The integration with the server is the most important part of SWR. No, I'm aware of SWR. Come on. But I still think, Stalewall Revalidate as a purely front-end thing doesn't make much sense to me, right? Why? What would that serve? You need the server component, whereas React Query can live on its own. I don't care what they say on their marketing page. I work in marketing. I know it's all bullshit. Come on, man. No, that's total bullshit. Total bullshit. Sell while revalidates, number one best thing going for it is the fact that you render with the stale data on the server and then you revalidate it on the client after you've already fetched it. And yeah, like use optimistic is probably making SWR not even that relevant anymore. But I would say React Query is still its own thing that totally lives on its own. Right? Like that's what I'm saying, Lake. React Query can work on an SPA. SWR can't because there's no point to it. Like what the fuck? Unless you're abstracting the cache store of the staleness into like local storage in some way, which you could do. You could totally do that, actually. Is that something they have? I'd be surprised if they don't have that, actually. I didn't even think about that until just now. Does SWR have a local storage, like staleness mechanism or adapter or whatever? Because if they don't, they're fucking up, actually. That could actually work. Resend has an AI email generator? I have not. I think about email as little as humanly possible. New.email? Okay. They do have a local storage cache lake. Okay. Well, all right. So SWR did think of that. They do have a client-side reliable mechanism at this point. Shit. All right. Whatever. No, that's cool. I didn't know they had that. When I started talking about it, it made sense. And like, well, shit, if they don't have it, they're blowing it. And they're smarter than us. So, yeah, obviously they have it. So, there we go. All right, so if we think about it, right, we're going to have the events that we want to loop over, and then the extra events count that would be like and X more. Yep. So we want to get that. And then, yeah, I think our email templates are done. I do have to go pee, though. Yeah, I broke them seals, man. So I'll be right back. Give me a sec. And yeah, I think we don't need to make these templates perfect. I at least wanted to have them relevant. Because we do have to wire them up to the Elixir part of things, so I needed to make sure that we're at least getting some of the data we care about when we do it. So let me go pee. BRB. Alright. So, yeah. Again, how is everyone's Friday? We are chilling. We're hanging out. Double check I'm not missing anything important email wise. No, we're good. Anyone got any fun games they're playing lately? I'm playing Expedition 33 and I love it, man. Took me a while to warm up to it. I'm not gonna lie. Like, the beginning part's just so linear. And the story, like, I'm not a fan of the music, like, whatsoever. There's, like, one or two songs I really like. No spoilers, so, yeah. But, yeah, there's one or two songs that are amazing. But, it got banned in Australia? For what? How? And no spoilers if it's something like that happens like later in the game or something. Like, I don't know. Age ratings, drugs, and alcohol. I feel like there's like spoilers involved or something at that point. Schedule 1, what does that mean? Oh, there's a bit where a dude does put a gun to his head. I could see that being a thing. I don't think that spoils much. And it's pretty early. So yeah, sorry. I don't want to talk any further about the story. Oh, there's a game called Schedule 1? Oh, well, yeah. Hold on, wait. Doesn't the name literally mean, like, drugs and alcohol? Right? Like, Schedule 1 drugs are, like, that's, like, the thing. Oh, there's a game called Schedule 1? What the fuck? Yeah, obviously it's about drugs. Okay, yeah, I can see that not making it. For sure. There's a game called Schedule 1? What the fuck? It's huge right now? Okay, Nightshade. Now I gotta look it up. What? What's it about? Is it like just GTA but gnarlier? Well, thanks for judging me, Nightshade. Shit. Now I feel judged. Okay, it's a literal, like, Walter White. Oh, I feel like I've seen graphics for this. And, yeah, like, no, it's not a game I would ever actually play. Oh, it does look kind of nice. Oh, it's a weed selling game. Like, dude, weed? Come on, it's just weed. Okay, come on. Unless it goes out into, like, other shit. Like, this is just a weed growing game, right? Oh, no. No, it totally goes into meth. I see that. I'm watching the trailer right now. Okay. No, I get it. I get it. Oh, it's everything. Oh, and you, like, you fight people. And okay. No, I get it. I get it. Yep. No, that makes sense. Very smart. Australia, I don't think you're wrong. Good job. Beating the game, staying in the RV, like fully. Oh yeah, I see the RV in the trailer right now. Wow, I can't believe that's actually a game. I mean, you'd be surprised what you can do in an RV. No, Schedule 1, that game looks fun. Shit. Like, I've seen some of the memes. I didn't realize that it got that deep. And oh shit! We hit 70,000 views on YouTube without having released a video in a year. So, you people on YouTube, thank you so much. Appreciate you. People play Trucking Simulator. No, yeah. No, there's all sorts of games, right? Like, I got games I want to make, man. I just don't think they'd make any money. So, I do other stuff so I can pay the bills eventually to not need a job so then I can make games as much as I want. That's the dream. That's the dream. All right, so yeah, let's finish up this template. Yeah, I don't like working on email templates any more than you guys like watching it. So at least we're like chatting and hanging out between working on this bullshit. But let's keep going. So yeah, I think that goes away. Empty. Gone. I don't even know no old James. Gone. Oh, wait, the quotes. I don't even know nobody named old James. Gone. Damn, I forget how much this album just kills it, dude. Yeah. I never click this album. Pretty sure it's on my USB drive in my car. And if not, it should be. Man. Yeah, Nick Juan wasn't kidding. We are going like later these days. I love it. I wouldn't have it any other way. Preview text. We do need to update the preview text. That'll be separate. But here in header and then heading would be you have X new events on Masijo. All right, so we can list over the events and we can do this BS. We'll leave that terrible message because who cares? From here, we'll get rid of that. And we'll get rid of that. And instead of join the team, this ends up being let me double check mustache syntax. Do they have conditionals like that? I think it's just the presence of the thing. Yeah, see? Nah, it's just the presence of the thing. So an empty list will be just fine. Oh, it's not a list, actually. It would be a 0 value. So, yeah. Again, mustache. Nailing it. Was there a way to do it, like, negated? No, there isn't. All right, so then this. Right, go to keywords, and then this is that. Yeah. Oh, you're saying the chat overlay. Yeah, for sure. So that is Stream Parrot. Basically, any streamer can sign up for it and replace any words they want for their own stream with whatever they want. So if they're a football streamer, they could replace Cowboys with a poop emoji. Yeah. Or like a gif of someone puking. Sure. All right? Like if you're a football fan, categorically you hate the Cowboys. Right? Like, come on. Everyone hates the Cowboys. Somehow the Texans are more favored than the fucking Cowboys. I blame Dak Prescott more than anything. He might be a really nice dude. Dude, he's a terrible quarterback. Yeah, we made that here on stream. I can't modify it at all anymore, though. It was on a hard drive that failed. And I thought I'd been pushing that shit up to Bitbucket, but it turns out when I went and looked, it wasn't there. So, yeah, either I totally fucked up, or Bitbucket lost it. We can just lean towards, like, yeah, I probably totally fucked up. How was I not pushing that stuff on a regular basis? I don't know. I just wasn't. I messed up. It's on me. Yeah, we had an external APFS drive at one point, and something about the controller failed, and APFS is really, really aggressive about reclaiming lost space, so we weren't able to recover basically anything. It sucks. It was a bummer. So that and battle boats are dead. I could rebuild battle boats because we could build it way quicker at this point. Like, way quicker. If you don't remember battle boats or you weren't here, well, just think about, like, you know, Words with Friends, but Battleship with Friends instead. So, pretty simple. Will it change the world? No, but I don't know. I feel like it could make some money. That could be like $1,000 a month from ads, you know? But I think I have my sights set higher. Honestly, if I can get Walter proved with what we're building right now, we could use it for all of these other things, and they could all be reasons for continuing to build Walter. And yes, I know I need to pull a trigger on a new name for Walter, but we don't have to do it yet until we're ready to dog food it for this. Because I'll have to publish it to be able to use it, right? So yeah, we're maybe a month or two away, like maybe a month away from the confluence of all these things having to work together. Vexilla, Walter, this. And I think that'll be fun. Yeah, we'll leave that BS. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we got it. All right, so we got these templates. We need to compile them. So PNPM export, they compile, so we're good there, right? That means everything's hunky-dory. No problems whatsoever. Job's done, right? No. We haven't even tried to start wiring them up into the back end. Let me just go log into Fastmail. Maybe SendGrid got their shit together and they sent me an email. Probably not, but whatever. I'll have to just like reapply or do it with a new email or something. But yeah, I didn't get a single email from SendGrid, which does not bode well for their email like deliverability bullshit. Like, what the hell, man? All right, we failed to build on render. That's a different thing, though. Yeah, we can solve that. That's no problem. All right, so with these things compiled, we need to think about where they're going to live when we copy and paste them to the back end. So yeah, full stacking, brainless, etc. Where would you put these email templates? And yeah, I assume you guys might not be there because it's late. We're going way late today. Who else out there is an Elixir aficionado? Fanboy, if you will. Where should I put static assets that we need to read? Probably at runtime. And we can look it up. I'm just curious. If anyone with strong opinions wants to chime in, just let me know. You were thinking about SendGrid for a real-time auction site, and you were getting staging site email links? Like, dude, yeah, like, I don't know what it is. Yeah. There's something about large companies that eventually go back to operating as haphazard as fucking startups. Really, Dr. Cudley? Oof. Okay. What was your favorite you've tried? I'm curious. And if you don't want to name your favorite, like top 3 in no particular order. Top 2. I'm okay with that. Like, you don't have to like get so specific. What was good versus what was shit? Right? Like, what was actually good to use? What are you using right now? I just want to preempt it by saying I will not use anything owned by Cinch. So that means Mailgun, Mailjet, they're dead to me. They were the chosen ones. They were like the best. They were the absolute best. Independent, fucking shaking up the industry, and then they sold out to the same fucking company that just killed them. By just letting their shit stagnate, by letting their APIs dwindle, and oh man, dude. I'm so anti-Cinch at this point because they just bought that shit and let it die. I got nothing against the owners that sold out. Like, come on, man. Get that bag. Get that bag. Brevo. I've never even heard of Brevo. What? So email marketing is different. No, I'm looking for only transactional. For email marketing, I'll probably just use HubSpot because, like, who gives a shit? But also, like, HubSpot does the CRM thing better than anyone. But if you were trying to treat SendGrid like a fucking, like a MailChimp, I just think you're trying to use the wrong tool for the wrong thing. SendGrid's best bet is as transactional email. Like, I get the staging thing, that sucks. But again, transactional is like SendGrid's best use case. It's not trying to be a MailChimp competitor. Brevo is trying to be a MailChimp competitor. If I wasn't going to use HubSpot, I'd probably just use MailChimp. For, like, marketing, like, campaigns and all that. Like, come on. Yeah. I'm talking about, like, forgot password or verify an email type messages. That is transactional email versus marketing email. And yeah, maybe Brevo does transactional too, but just from their first fucking header here. Like, no, they're not the same market as what I'm looking for. And I don't think SendGrid is trying to solve that, but maybe they do. Right? Like, Resend's trying to do that too. Who am I using for analytics? I haven't wired it up for this project, but I should. I'm currently using Plausible. But I'm on the fence. Oh, Dr. Cudley, that's a very good point. Yeah. Yeah, I thought SendGrid's like biggest thing was that they can send to everybody. PostHog seems cool too. Yeah. I will say there's a little bit of like questionable leadership. The Sentry guy, David Kramer or whatever, is an investor in PostHog, but PostHog felt like it was worth it to them to throw Sentry under the bus. That is interesting to me. Now, here's the thing. What if David Kramer knows and he's just using his platform to, like, drum up some controversy? Because controversy gets clicks. He's not stupid. He probably knows that's a good way to get some eyes on a platform, right? Leverage his famous company against another famous company and Venn diagram the fuck out of the common user base. Is it memory? So here's the thing. I consider PostHog to actually be purely analytics, where I consider Sentry to be purely like a different thing, you know? Datadog, Dynatrace, right? I get those guys, yes, they are the massive, like, vertically integrated, like, everything platforms. In my eyes, SendGrid and PostHog don't actually compete, but PostHog is now pushing into that space, right? PostHog's analytics and feature flagging and all that bullshit, like, totally, no, I get it, like, very smart. I never felt like Sentry cared about that market. But I think PostHog's trying to be the next Datadog, basically. which is interesting. And yeah, Sentry might want to be the next Datadog, but no, nothing I've seen has actually been them filling that void. In my opinion, you shouldn't care what your provider is built on. Who gives a shit? That's their problem. I don't give a fuck how Posthog's built or how Sentry's built. I just want it to solve the problems I have. And that's how you'll find every single like person in charge of purchasing and billing cares about this shit. They don't give a fuck how it's built. Zero. None. Not a concern. It could be built with Perl. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a shit. I don't know. I know Sentry is fully open source. I'm running a self-hosted Sentry instance, and I haven't had to touch it for like 6 years, and it's still going. So that's awesome. But yeah, so Posthog is only partially open source. Questionable. Questionable. But keep in mind, the Sentry I'm running is just like their baseline. I'm not building any of the other stuff. Like, I'm not doing any of that. Like, I have not upgraded a single part of my Sentry server for 5 years. Maybe 4 years. 3 years, maybe. Max. Like, or minimum. So Posthog, you can totally host, but you don't get everything. I assume Sentry's the same way. Like, that's how all of these, like, source available licenses kind of work anyway. Sentry does seem to be, like, more dogmatic about being open. I've never seen anything about Posthog being like, yeah, we're open source, but, like, do they actually, like, practice what they preach, or is it just marketing? Like, I don't know. I have no idea, but let me get more music going. I simply know I'm still hosting some Sentry stuff from years ago that I haven't had to touch, and it still runs, and it's still doing its damn thing. Like, that's really fucking cool. Yeah, memory fade. The key is, like, the way it's exported, you'll still have to, like, create adapters to ingest it into anything that wants to, like, aggregate the things. So if you want to take in data from one and then switch to another, you're still going to have to write adapters, you know? Because none of them speak the same shit, and all of them hate OpenTelemetry for some reason. Sure, yeah, do whatever you want. Like, it's just, is that worth your time? For a side project, I don't even think it's worth your time. You've got other problems to solve for your customers versus that bullshit. Plausible made an adapter. Plausible is great. Like, yeah, I really like Plausible. Nothing I have is even like questioning like the levels that I need. Like, I don't know. Let's log in. Sure. Vexilla doesn't get shit. CM Griffing, 1 visitor in 24 hours. Well, I'll take that. That's actually kind of cool. ChrisGriffing.com. How the hell is that getting traffic? Giphium's the shit, so it deserves more, obviously. All this other shit, like, nah, whatever. But we do need to add all of these other things, too. I think Plausible is fantastic, and we could self-host it, but I just don't care enough. For the price I'm paying, it's fine. Open panel, is that like a control panel clone or something? Like cPanel? Open Google Analytics, like, isn't that plausible? Isn't that Axiom? Isn't that like a dozen other companies? So yeah, no, I've never heard of Open Panel, but if they're cool, they're cool. Like, yeah, nah, I, I don't give a shit. And full stacking, no, that sounds really cool, actually. And full stacking, I did have a question for you, so glad to see you back. Where would you put these static files? Like, what is like the proper place? Sorry, within an Elixir repo for static assets that you want to like read. Priv? Okay, cool. So instead of like priv keys, priv repo, priv static. Oh, actually, priv static is probably it. Or would it like would priv email actually be better because I don't actually want this accessible from some like public URL. See, I question priv static because priv static I think gets deployed out for the entire site. Yeah, so like priv email maybe? It's going to have to be a subdirectory. Because it's all of my email templates, which means like 5 of them. I mean, I was under the impression that priv static doesn't serve the files automatically? Really? I'd say that's actually unintuitive. Really? Yeah, I didn't see it. They actually specifically say robots.txt. I don't see that in here. No, I don't see that at all. Oh, okay. Sure. Well, that's lazy. Come on, don't you know? Robot. Okay, I see. All right, so it's in the core module definition. Okay. I still don't know. I'd rather put it in like priv/emails. You got a problem with that? All right. I'm just having fun. It's okay to disagree. No, no, yeah. The fact that like even if it's in static, it's not public. That was new to me. I assumed everything in static was public. So yeah, that's cool. Thank you for sharing. Yep. Yeah. No, I get it. That's cool. It's set by default. Yeah, I didn't touch that. No, that was there like with the boilerplate for sure. Yeah, 100%. Totally right. Ooh, hold on, hold on. Yeah. Most people should, for sure. Wait, what is Dex's name? THX, THDXR. Dude, I make that mistake all the time. All right, so hold on. Hold on. I know, steak in a fucking microwave. I get it, it's fine. But I know I've got steak in this list somewhere. The microwave method. Hold on, wait. So that is that the only steak I got? We got to pick the best one we've done. Damn, I really don't have that many steak photos, huh? I need to take more steak photos. How do I get the link? I don't want the photo. I want the post, man. How do I get the post? Hold on, if I click theirs, no. No, I'm not hungry. I'm just trying to like. No, I saw his tweet about like you'll never do a steak better than this or whatever, and I just want to like I want to roast him a little bit. Like, why so much gray? Like, look at that fucking band of gray. Dude, that's not even a good steak. Come on, man. Why so much gray? Sous vide better than microwave. I know. Who would have thunk it? So crazy, right? They might burn me at the stake for statements that so bold. Yeah, the edge to edge, dude. The edge to edge. Fucking Wagyu ribeye. He's doing it for engagement, and we engaged because he's a good dude. Like, you know, I would have ignored the engagement bait if it wasn't him. I like Dex, even though we definitely disagree politically. It's fine. I disagree with a lot of the famous tech people. Did y'all fucking see? Dude. Uncle Bob Martin and his, like, mug that says leftist tears, but it's just coffee. Like, dude, what a fucking asshole. Like, dude. You don't see leftists having conservative tears as a fucking coffee mug. Why do we live in these people's heads rent-free? I'm like, dude, get a fucking hobby. But yeah, now I kind of remember why Uncle Bob Martin was canceled, so I get it. Not just because of his shitty takes in his book. No function should be over X amount of lines. Fuck you. I'm like, dude, what an asshole. Man. It's not like he works on Teams anymore anyway. He can just rant from his fucking... his sideline however much he wants. Like, I don't know. Dude. Fucking Uncle Bob. Fucking Uncle Bob. I know, right? Like, dude. And it wasn't even code that mattered. What did he actually work on? I have no idea. All right. So yeah, we're bullshitting, we're hanging out. You know what? We can solve this another day, too. We got the templates made. What I need to do is establish a good, like, leaving off. So we added priv email. Dude, the planning. Ooh, the planning. Dude, this is old. Did y'all see the reply? He doesn't like weak crust. I was nice, and I said the microwave isn't doing him any favors. Better reply should have been, check your beard then. Boom, roasted. Sorry. That would have been too harsh. That's like too harsh for even Twitter. That would have been too harsh for Twitter, for sure. All right, so create script for copying compiled email templates. Step after that, send out templates after interpolation. All right. Anyway, yeah, I would say, yeah. So this part, yeah, how to query for notifications. We've done that bit. Names. No, we already got names. Billing thoughts. Yeah, I think a lot of this. Nah, we're good. So leaving off. that is our main steps. And then from here, yeah, this is something we'll work on hopefully Monday, but maybe Thursday. No, definitely not Thursday. Maybe Friday. So yeah, I will be away Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We'll see about Monday. If my ID arrives tomorrow, I can stream Monday. If it doesn't, I can't stream Monday. Because, yeah, my new ID is in the mail. Who knows when? I believe it should be here by tomorrow, but could easily be Monday, could easily be Tuesday, but I need to fly to Arizona Monday, so yeah. Might have to go to the airport like 5 hours early just to get through like TSA and all that. Probably end up having a bunch of hours just to sit at the fucking bar and drink and hammer out some code. But tomorrow we'll actually jump into some Git cracking stuff, right? Some more CLI stuff. I want to get some of the auto completion going. No, I don't own a passport. I know it sucks. I need to do that, but it would have taken even longer to get a passport. Every single passport place is booked for like months. I need to do it, so I'll do it. But yeah, like, no, there's no way I would have had it by Monday. Perpskirp, I don't think you realize how much I just don't leave my home. No. I'll be leaving my home tonight to go grab a little bit more whiskey, but yeah. Yeah, no, I've heard it's a thing, but you want to show up like a couple hours early. Oh, no worries, Hackster. Like, no, Nick Wan's great. Yeah, he's really good. You know the best thing you could do? Give him some shit. He shouldn't stop streaming. He's planning on stopping streaming like this fall or whatever. Don't you get passports at the post office? You have to register an appointment. The walk-in times are from 9 a.m. to 9:45 a.m. So basically, I'd have to show up there probably like an hour and a half early and wait in line and just sit there. And then I could get a passport. And then it would still be a couple weeks before I got it. Now, I'll wait till I can book an appointment. It's fine. Next couple months will be rough, but yeah, I should have had it done months ago, so that's on me. But let's go figure out who we go raid. Because yes, I do want to go over to the grocery store and grab another whiskey bottle and keep hanging out tonight. You know, we got time. We'll figure it out. Maybe it's Expedition 33. Maybe it's Last Epoch. Or maybe we give Oblivion a try. I don't know. We'll see. Y'all can help me figure that out over on Gaming Stream. But right now, we need to figure out who we're going to go raid. Because it's late enough. Like, come on. Who's even going right now? Who's even streaming right now? Danny Stem. Hold on. Saw a couple others. Frying Pan, sure. Z.A. Shaw, killing it, actually, yeah. I do see Sergeant Pepper, and we rated Z.A. Shaw more recently than Sergeant Pepper. Just saying. We have rated Z.A. Shaw again since the last time you recommended. Since the last time he ignored our raid. I'm kidding, it's fine, I get it. Like, I know how that works. But you know what? Sergeant Pepper's going, and he's a good dude. No, he's killing it. Like, and yeah, he hangs out here. So it's like, you know, there's a bit of a bias. Like, yeah, let's go raid Sergeant Pepper. Come on, why not? I get it, Haxer. No, Zed Shaw seems really cool. But Sergeant Pepper, as far as I know, is cooler. So yeah, thank y'all for hanging out. We had a good stream today. We got a lot of stuff done. Technically, it was a bunch of email bullshit, but the email bullshit has to happen. So better today than never. Like, if we never did it, we'd never launch the product because it's a major portion of what we're doing. So yeah, had to happen. Whatever. And I appreciate y'all being here. Nightshade, what game are you playing lately? Like, is there something we could play together? I don't know. Just let me know. I'm going to go to the grocery store and I'll be right back. So, yeah, you'll see me on gaming stream in like 20 minutes to a half hour, depending on lines and if I decide to browse. Probably not. Ooh, candy sounds really good, though. It depends on if I clean my humidifier before I go to the store. Yeah, it was a good stream. Yeah, thank y'all. YouTube later. Cheers. Have a good